ay. Hello. It's always a race against the clock when I do a live, trying to get everything ready. Hello, hello. Whew, it is hot here today. Oh my God, I am so hot. I had to take 2 showers because I wanted to start this all refreshed. So I have my hair pulled back. I'm very casual, so you'll have to excuse me. But it's crafting time. I don't get overly fancy. I'm just me, casual, and I'm so happy to be here to do this live class. Um, I hope I'm going to be able to see everybody that's hopping on. But if I don't, um, oh, hello. I see a Facebook user. If you can give permission to StreamYard to say who you are or just tell me who you are, that'll be helpful. So we have a few people here. Yes, I see you, but I don't see your name. I just see Facebook user. So if you can tell me who you are, that'll be great. Okay. So we're going to get right to it because it's going to be a 3-hour class and we don't want to spend too much time on chit-chatting. Oh, Karen, hi. How are you, darling? Yes, I see you. Okay, so Karen is here. I have a few people here and it's okay. You don't have to chit-chat. You don't have to say anything. As long as you can hear me, it's okay. Okay, so some of you got the kit, some of you didn't. Hello from Germany. How are you? Yes, it is very hot. So a few of you got the kits, a few of you didn't. I offered 2 different versions of it. And we're going to be making this one today because this is the majority of what people opt to get. And I'm going to demonstrate how to make this one, but really explain the technique start to finish so that you can build your own boxes using the same principles. I'm going to try to explain how to measure as well. So it will be easier for you to use whatever else material you have in hand if you don't have the exact materials that I'll be using. Okay, so this is a cute little box that I'm decorated it to fit a kitchen, and it has 2 doors that open. They slide up. If you lay a box flat, it can slide side to side, or it can stand, or it can be on the wall. And that's what we're making today. Okay, so another thing that we're going to start with, those that have the kit already received a ready frame and everything cut. So you have all the pieces cut and you have a nice wooden frame that my dad made these. You love the box? Thank you. Yeah, I love it too. I was looking to do something in the kitchen to hold my coffee pots because I have a small kitchen and not a lot of room. So this will fit really nicely. But anyway, my dad made these wooden boxes. So if you receive the kit, you're going to get this this wooden frame to build it right on it. It'll be nice and sturdy in case you want to put it on the wall. You can drill holes into it, or you can put anything over it here that will fit, like a picture frame, that kind of thing. If you don't have it, I want to demonstrate how to cut into the chipboard and what type of chipboard you should really get, because that's the basics of building your own boxes and things. So the chipboard that I'm using is heavy chipboard, it's called. Let me put my instructions aside. It's heavy chipboard. It is 100 points thick, so it doesn't move. You see, even if I try to move it, it really doesn't move. This way it'll move a little more, but it's very, very strong. It's a 1/4 inch wide. Hi, Sandra. How are you, honey? It is very, very strong, and it is a 1/4 inch thick. If you don't have a 1/4 inch thick chipboard, you can get 2 medium ones and put them together. It'll strong, just put a lot of glue and put them together. You can use really any kind of cardboard if you have strong cardboard. Okay. So that is this. Now, if you have a thick chipboard, it's really difficult to cut through it. So I want to show you first how to cut through it. And let's take, I'll take this piece here. This is good enough. And so first I'm going to take the paper out because we want a surface that we can cut on, which is, how about this mat here? And really all you need is a ruler and a blade. So first mark your line where you want your line to go. You measure, you draw the line. And I want you to take a heavy box cutter knife like that one. And the ruler should be really metal. You know what? I'm going to take myself out so you can see this better, okay? We'll take myself out. You don't really need to see my face. So we'll remove me, and you see here. Okay. Let's get this closer. There we go. Okay, so take the box cutter with the ruler, and all you do is press down a few times. Watch your fingers, obviously. Once you've done a few, you can take the ruler out and just continue. And just go over it a few times until you feel it went all the way through and you get a very nice straight cut. Okay. So in your kit, you have an extra sheet of chipboard. This is in case you did something or I sent you something with the measurements are off or something got screwed along the way. You have extra chipboard there that you can just go ahead and cut and use. Okay. You can do the same with the paper trimmer, Sandra, yes. But the paper trimmer that I use for the chipboard is Carl. It's very heavy duty. But because this is heavy, this is an 1/8 of an inch thick. So very few paper trimmers will go through it. What you can do is you can mark the first few lines with the paper trimmer and then move to the knife. Okay. If you have if you're having trouble cutting or using strength in your hands, then what I would recommend is take thinner chipboard that you can use on the paper trimmer, and you just have to double up on everything. Just cut 2 pieces and glue them together to make one. Okay, so for those who didn't get the kit and don't have the frame, you're going to start with the first piece. This is going to be marked A in your sheet. And I'm going to go ahead and look at the cut list. And you see on the base, it'll say 1 piece of 7.5 by 11. And then you have 2 pieces, 6.5 by half, and 2 pieces that are 11 by half. And you're going to glue the 2 long pieces on both sides, one here, and the 2 shorter pieces on the corners, here and here, using just your regular PVA glue. I recommended the art glitter because it's strong and fast, but any glue will do good. And don't be stingy on the glue because you need it to stay nice and strong. So we're just going to put these two here on both sides. Yes, I know, Karen. She has she can't use her hands, so you just cut chipboard or cardboard that is easier to cut, or just use the paper trimmer and double up and add them to each other, or ask your friend to cut it for you, like me. I'll happily cut it for you. Okay, put it down this way. And this way here. Okay, so we want the inside measurements to be 6.5 by 10. That's the inside, okay? If it's off a little bit, you can take your piece here and you can move it a little bit so that it'll fit. So this is 10 here. This is a little less, so let's just move it a little bit here. Okay. So you want it the inside to be 10 by 6.5. I'm going to go ahead and use this now because this is what I sent in the kit. All right, let's check the measurements again. Inside. Oh, this is not the same. Six and a half. I took the wrong one. Hold on, let me get the other one. I think I took the wrong piece. Yeah, I have two different ones. Yeah, 6.5 by 10. Perfect. Okay. Next, we're going to move on. As you can see, all of your pieces are numbered. So you have A, B, C, D. When you cut your pieces yourself, if you did not get the kit again, you have the cut list and they are lettered. You have B, C, D, E, etc. So I'm going to call them out as I put them together. So let's look for the B. And the two B pieces are 3 by 10. And these two will go on either side of the box. One here and one here on two sides. I have C that will go in the middle. Okay. And then D will go, let me see. D. Okay, I think I'm missing a few pieces. I think I'm missing something. I do. Missing one piece. Okay, so let's go into our extra one. See, that's why I sent you an extra one. Okay. My ruler. Whew. I'm hot. I can't even think when I'm so hot. 6 and 3/8. Okay, I need a piece that's 6 and 3/8 by um, 2.5. Take 2.5. By 6 and 3/8. Okay, let's go ahead and cut this one. Apparently, I did not prepare it, or it probably fell off my kit or something. See, I didn't even start. I'm already making a mess. Okay. All right, so this is my missing piece. This is going to go here. If you put it down, you should have 1/8 of an inch on each side of the frame to fit the pieces that will go on the side. Now we may need to adjust it a little bit. Let's see if it fits in. Mine fits exactly. Okay. If this is a little short, then just take a little bit, another piece and fit it in, fill it in there, or with glue. Let's take our glue, and I'm going to glue this to the left side of my frame. Let it stand a minute. Take the other B and put it on the other side. Push it in to try and make it as much as possible flush with the frame here. Let me try to move it so that you can see. Okay. And if this is 6.5 inches, and each one of those is an 8, it means that from the 6.5 I had to take about 1/4 inch, and that's how I came out with the measurement of this. So it'll fit here exactly. Take this one and put it in. Now what I want to do, I want to go over it here and fill it with glue. Okay. And here. If you have spillage too much here, you can remove it. And now we want to connect everything together. So let's take glue here and connect the sides. So now we have a frame, and this glue really, really dries fast. Okay, we're going to take C and we're going to put C right down here in the middle. Okay. Now, how do we know where the middle is? Let's measure. Okay. So I have 6 1/4 between these two pieces, and 6 1/4 will be 3 1/8, and that's my center right there. The same thing here. Let's measure my center right there. This will go right here in the middle. Okay. So I need to glue the bottom and the side and put it in the middle. And I'm going to put it flush to the bottom, not to the top. And now let's add a little bit of support. Okay. So we have a bunch of F's and G's that are 1/2 inch. The F is a little longer and the G's are shorter. So I have 8 G's. These will go on the inside for support. Hi, I see another Facebook user saying hello to me. I don't know who you are. The Facebook user who just came online. Hello. Okay, so we're going to start putting support. Take the 1/2 inch, I think they're 9 3/4, and we're going to glue the bottom and the side. And we're going to put it all the way from the bottom right. So it's not all the way to the top, but it is all the way to the bottom. And push it a little bit towards the B piece here that is the wall. Give it a little push. Okay, now we're going to put two sides here. Same thing, G, 1, 2. We're going to put it on two sides of it. So I need it here, this side, the edge, and I'm going to put a little bit on the bottom too. This is the, no, this goes this way. Okay, I just want to make sure that it is in the center. And I want to make sure that it has 2 inches on each side. So D has 2 inches. I'm just going to put D here without gluing it. And it'll help me make sure that it's straight because it's 2 inches. So let's just put it in, put it next to it. Okay, I did not glue it. This is D. I didn't glue it. I'm just putting it here because it needs 2 inches. So I'll make sure it's straight. Take it out. I'm going to do the same thing here. This is not marked. This is G. I'm going to put this on the right side now. And oops, on the bottom. So what these do is they give support to the pieces that need to stand straight. Okay. So even that just a little bit of height there, see now it doesn't go anywhere. Oh, hi Lamia, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, we're gonna straight here. Just push. And let's take another G. I'm gonna do this one here on the bottom, on the side. And here. Okay. And put it again all the way to the bottom. And let's push it together. So this is already pretty dry. Not 100%, but pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna just adjust it a little bit because it seems that this side just a little more than this one, and I want it even. Okay, nice and even. Let's leave it like that. Okay, now I'm gonna go in and add a little bit more glue just to make sure it's strong. You can use the art glitter glue if you like, or if you have time, you can put the glossy gel and let it dry. It does take a little longer. It's stronger glue. But let's go over all of the areas where the chipboards connect. And add a little bit more of the glue. Here, over here, over here, and over here. Oops. I squirted a little too much. Okay. All right, next, I'm going to take this here. I think this fits right there. This fits here. I just want to remind myself where I need to put all these things. There are a lot of pieces. I don't know what I did with all of my pieces that I cut. I think I just it just disappeared on me. Interesting. I don't know what I did with them. Okay. And where are my E? I don't have my E's. Looks like I'm going to turn to cutting a little more. Okay, let's go ahead and put our D's in. So the D's are going to go inside over here on the walls, on the inside walls. And they will give me sort of grooves there so that my doors can slide in and out from them. Okay. So let's take our D's. And the D is 2 inches by 9 3/4. So I'm going to glue the one side here. This will be attached to the walls. And I'm going to glue one side that will be attached to the side. And let me see if I'm going to do it this way, and I'm going to do the bottom. Okay, so this side, one of the edges here, and the bottom. I'm going to glue it to the left side, to my left wall. This is my bottom. Okay, all the way flush to the back side. And push it in. Okay, so it's all the way to the bottom here and all the way to the back side here. Over here, you're going to have about 1/8 of an inch space to the top. I'm going to do the same thing on the other walls. So if I'm going to put this here, I want to glue there. Right. I want to glue here. And I want to glue here. Anywhere that my edges are connecting to the other chipboard is where I'm adding glue. Okay. All the way down and all the way to the back. Press it down. So because I already put the supports here, and my frame has a little edge that my walls sit on. This is now really strong. It's not moving. If you touch it, I mean, don't pull on it too hard, yes, but if you try to move it, you see it's really strong. It's not moving anywhere. It's sitting really strong there. And that's what we want. We want the box to be sturdy, not flimsy. Okay, so I'm going to do this one on the right now. So I have the glue on the right. Oops, my hand is shaking all of a sudden. Squirted a little too much here. Okay. And push it all the way to the bottom and to the back. Okay. And the last one is going to be on the inside of my right wall. Okay, I'm pushing it down this way. I'm pushing it down this way and giving it a few minutes. Okay. Okay, to remind you now, all of them will give me some space here on the top. Okay, this is where my cover is going to sit. Okay, so let's see what else we have here on the long pieces. This is my F, my G, my F, my G, my G, and my G. I have two Fs, I have three Fs, and four Gs left. Okay. So first I'm going to take my other four Gs, 9¾ by 1/2 inch. And these I'm going to put next to the pieces that I just put in the D. But this time I'm giving it a little bit of space right there. Okay. There. Okay. So I'm going to put these all the way to the edge, and it'll have a groove there in between. Okay, I started this about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. And this is at the same line as the other piece that I have here. Okay, so I'm trying to show you. Here we go. Now we can see pretty good. Okay, so this is my groove. I have here a little step. And the same thing here. Next G. Flush with the top part. And this time I'm aligning it with the top. It's a little off here. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I prefer for it to be flush with the top, aligned at the same place. Let's put this here. And the last one is going to go on the inside of the right wall. Same thing as we did the first one. Over here, I put it about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. It's aligned with the D piece here at the same height. Okay, so I have 4 pieces that are F, and these will just go over the front where I have all of these pieces together, and it's just going to cover them, makes it look nice and presentable. Just makes it look pretty. So we want nice amount of glue here. And here. We're going to put it right in the middle. It's going to go over the edge a little bit here and over the edge a little bit here. The same thing here. And the same thing here. Ooh, Catherine's here. Hi, Catherine. You're having phone trouble? Why am I using this glue over Stamperia glue? We're talking about the strong glue because first of all, I don't have a lot of them here. I only have one left, and it really, the Stamperia glue is so strong and it dries inside the bottle, so it's a lot harder to apply. I like this one because it's a little bit more runny. It gives me the same strong result and it dries fast. But I am using the glossy gel by Stamperia. This I like if I want something to really, really adhere strong. Okay, so now let's go ahead and push it a little bit. So you see how it's not 100% flush. Has a few holes there. I'm going to drip some glue to seal it. And absolutely, you can take a glue spreader and spread the glue like that. So this, I'm just making sure that if there are any holes, that it's going to just get sealed. Okay, we can turn it around and try to do the inside, but really the inside should be okay. I'm not putting as much on the inside. It's a little more tricky. Actually, my insides look pretty good. At this point, because nobody's really going to see it here, I just need it to be strong and it doesn't have to be pretty. And it's going to get covered with paint. Okay, and last one. This one. Okay, we're good. Let me take this out. All right, so we have the base pretty much. Looking good. All right. So I'm going to take this one here. Okay. And what I want to do at this point is give it legs. So take I, which is going to go on the bottom. It's going to be as however your height is here. We're going to give it another support on this side and create the other legs, let's say, over here. So I'm just gluing it over there. And I'm going to measure it in real time. That it's straight. And when I'm happy with it, I'm just going to let this dry right now. I like that. And what I want to do is I'm going to go cut the two doors because I don't know where this disappeared. Probably doing a project and they were laying around here and I said, oh, here I have a piece of chipboard. Let's use that. Okay, so I need 11 by 3 and 1/16. Just make sure before I go and cut that I did it correctly. Needs to go here. I think 3 should be good for me here. So basically these pieces, these are E. There's the doors. They need to fit right there, like that. Go up and down, up and down. See? Okay. So I have all my pieces here. Let me see what else we have. So we have this one, which is K, and K is going to go right on the top, like that. And all the other bits and pieces are for the decoration and stuff. This is H. I don't know. Oh, the H will go right here in the middle. H goes right there in the middle. Okay, now this is really, it's not necessary. I don't have it in the other cabinet, but I want to show you why it goes in the middle. So if you look at the finished piece, this is just acts as a shelf to put decoration. Now, because I have this one opening up and down, I really don't need the top part. You know, I'm not going to put my hand in it. I just really need everything here to be accessible. So it depends what you use the box for. Okay? If you use it, let's say, if you want to put bottles here, let's say you put it in the bathroom or in your toilet, and you want to put something here, then you're not going to add this decorative piece here because you'll not be able to put your hand in there and grab whatever is there. So it depends on the use of and the decoration on your box. You can choose to put this or not put this. This is where your design, your personalized design comes. Okay, I'm going to add it because I'm designing exactly the same box here, so I will add it here. Okay, and then we have the pieces there. But you know what? I'm not going to add it now. I'm going to add it later because I want to paint it first. So let's put this on the side for now. Okay, let me think. I think we put everything that we want to put there now. I just need this to get dry a little bit more. Okay. And I have an open piece here that I think I'm going to add something there to add a little bit of strength. So that's the last thing that I'm going to do before painting. Okay. Now I didn't cut this piece out. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Over here, the bottom, first it doesn't look nice. And when we do a project, we want all of the sides to look nice. So I want to cover it up, first to give it support, and second to make it look pretty. Okay, I don't know why it's moving. Let's add a little bit more glue. It needs to be a little stronger. And let's measure what we need. I think we need about 5/8 of an inch here. We can actually put a whole piece together if you have one. That would be really cool. If you have enough left over from the cheap board, go ahead and cut the whole piece that will fit right there. If you don't, then you just need a little piece there to cover here. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to measure what is the size of the piece that I need. And I think I need, it's going to be 3 inches on this side. I have also 3 inches on this side. So 3 inches by 6.5. Let's go ahead and cut 3 by 6.5. Let's see. Ah, it'll fit perfectly in there. Okay, I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna glue all these areas here. And the edge here. I'm just gonna hold it here for a second. Okay, where you need to move it around a little bit, make sure it's flush together, and then it will stick. All right. That's my box. Nice, standing nicely. Okay. So now I want to move on to painting. And we have two things we need to paint. We're going to paint the box, and then we're going to paint all of, oops, I just pushed it. And then we're going to paint all of the elements that is decorating the box. Okay, everybody's okay for now. I'm going to stall for a minute and see if anybody has any questions so far on what we've done so far. No questions? All right. Pretty straightforward, right? So I just want to, once while this is drying, I want to say one more thing. So if you're doing your own project at home with this, and let's say you want to create a box, okay? You always have to take into consideration the width of the chipboard that you are using. So when you measure, let's say you want to do this one 6 inches, and this is a quarter, and this is a quarter, okay? When you're planning your box, you have to remove ½ inch from here and from here, so that the inside from here to here is a different measurement, right? It's going to be 6 minus a quarter and minus a quarter. If you're adding support lines, and the support lines will go here, that also adds to the thickness of the walls. So if I took this and I added in the box here, okay, I added this, I have the wall here, and I added another support, then I have to measure from here to here. Okay? I cannot measure these two. So this was 6½ inches was the total width of my little box here, right? And then I took a ½ inch from here, an 1/8 from here, another 1/8 from here, that's a quarter. I took another 1/8 from here, and an 1/8 the support, that's another quarter. So we already have ½ inch off. And then over here, I took 3 times 1/8 of an inch. So my doors will be, you know, the width of this minus the grooves. I know I'm not making any sense. I think I'm confusing it a little bit more. So let's start again. Okay, it's a little confusing, I know, but I'm trying to show you what to do in case you need to make your own plan. Okay, so this is my wall. And then I have support here and support here. And I left a little space there. And I have support here and support here. And this is my wall. Okay. So there's nothing here, and there's nothing here, and there's nothing here. And I have that groove there and a groove there for my door. So the measurement will be from here to here. This is how much I need for my door to go here. If it's going to go inside. Okay, if it's going to go in there, it has to be able to move in. And the two sides that I put there, this one and this one, is blocking it from going anywhere. See? So it's just going to be sliding up and down. Does that make any sense? So if you're not sure what you need to cut it for, after your box is done, then you take your ruler and then you can just go ahead and measure with your ruler. Go like this, measure with your ruler, and then you'll know what size door you need to put there. Okay, I hope that made a little bit of sense. Let's go ahead and paint. We ready to paint? Put all these aside. Now we're painting the whole entire box blue. We're painting the two doors blue. I have this and this and this. All these pieces we're going to be painting blue. In your kit you have a whole tube of blue paint. Okay. And that will go on the cabinet. In your kit also there is off-white paint. I have actually here a little more. So you have this off-white paint, and you have a whole bunch of molds that I gave you. You can do all of them, you can do some of them, whatever you like. If so happen and you know this happened to you and it arrived crooked, it's okay. Take your heat gun. Let's just heat it up a little bit. And once it's a little bit hot, then we can push it down because the heat will make the plastic a little softer and more moldable. Here we see it's just going down a little bit now. Ooh. Okay. So now it's straight again. If you have any piece that is a little left over here, you know, a little bit too much, just take your knife or your scissors and cut it out. And another thing that you can do is take an emery board and shave the excess. Okay. I'm just going to go over my molds. I'm going to take some of the excess off. Over, make sure they're all good. And this one I have a little bit, I took this one. Didn't really cut it very well. Oops. Let me think. This one didn't come out very well. Just fixing it. Oops. All right, I think this is okay now. Here we go. Okay, so let's take our molds and we're going to cover them with a little bit of primer or gesso. And if you have clay molds and not resin like me, you might not need this one. You can just go ahead and paint it straight in the off-white color. But because mine are resin, I need to add a little bit of tooth to it. So I'm just going to add a light layer of primer using a white brush. Doesn't have to be perfect. We just want the first layer to be a primer. Because the resin is a non-porous surface. So if you put paint on it straight on resin, because resin is plastic, so if you put it straight on the plastic, it's just going to peel. And it's going to, over time, it's just not going to last. If you're adding a primer, then it'll last you for a long time. So I don't know if I'm going to use all of them, but paint all of them. I think this is everything that I used on the box, the first box, I'm not sure. So we have some coffee pots, we have some cups, we have little containers to put the coffee in. It's a cool theme. If you do a box, let's say for your toilet, for your cosmetics, then you may want to do a different theme. So it depends what you want to use it for. Let's say you do a box for your supplies, for school supplies, or pens and pencils, or art supplies. If you just want to do a pretty box and put flowers and butterflies on it, that's the fun part, is to decorate it, right? So I gave you in your kit, I'm using 4 different colors here besides the blue that is the basic. I have the off-white. I have a little bit of red. I think I have brown as well. So the brown, we're not going to use a lot of the brown and the red. That's why you have those in little containers. We're just going to use a little bit of it. So that's my first layer. It's drying. I can put the primer away. Let's find a place to put these so that they can dry in the meantime. I'll take a tray or something. I can use this, I think. It's not going to take a long time. It should take only a few minutes for this to dry. In the meantime, we can go and paint our box. How are we doing on time? We're halfway there. We're doing good. We're halfway there. Not even. I think it's 1:15. All right, so take the molds, put them on the side, and let's go ahead and paint the box. I'm going to take my palette here. I'm going to need a lot of paint. All right, so the doors, we're painting both sides. So let's start with one side. It's a white brush that I'm using. Put it on the side to dry. Do the second door, do one side, and I'm going to put it on the side to dry as well. And take this as a K piece. That's the top of my box. Also going to be painted both sides. So I'm going to paint the top and put it on the side to dry. What a pretty blue this is. Okay, this is my box. Let's dig into the box. All right, so I'm going to do the inside first. And the whole entire box is going to get covered. Everything. Inside, outside, everything. I don't really need to do the middle here because I'm putting paper there. The grooves get painted. Everything gets painted. I already need a refill on my paint. The paint is really concentrated, so it doesn't take much. Even when I wet my brush so that my paint is diluted with a little bit of water, but you don't want it to dilute too much because you're painting paper, basically. The chipboard is paper. If you're using cardboard, also it's paper. So if you make it too wet, it'll it'll warp. What a pretty color this is. So now I'm going over the grooves area. Okay. And I want to remind you, it doesn't have to be 100% perfect. I mean, you want it to be covered, but it's not like you will not be able to really see the inside much. Oh, I need to glue this a little bit more. This one doesn't want to stay here. You know why? Doesn't want to stay. This is the boring part for you to watch me paint this. But it goes pretty quickly. Okay, and now we're going to do a little bit here. Oh, didn't finish the inside. I needed to do this one here. I guess you guys don't have any questions for me. You're all pretty quiet. I guess this is the part when you're not crafting along that you're just going to say, this is a good time for me to go grab a drink, wait for her to finish painting, right? Okay, I'm going to do the bottom a little bit. Let's grab more paint. Yeah, this will take you about a half a bottle, I would say, because if it's good quality paint, you don't use a lot of water, it'll take about a half a bottle of paint. So we want to paint all the areas that will be visible. I think my inside is done pretty much. Oops. I'm going to use a little bit of my hot glue because it's not drying. Just add something, it'll hold it together. If you're having a hard time with parts not drying, just use the hot glue and it'll hold it there until your other glue is ready. Hot glue doesn't last a long time. It will deteriorate over time. So I would not recommend just using it alone, without anything else. Okay, I put a little bit. Let's see if it helps. Ooh, I put my handle on my paint. Okay, we'll do the outer parts now. I'm not doing the back side yet. This is the last part that I'm going to do, because it makes no difference right now if I'm going to lay down my box on the paper. It will destroy the paint anyway. painting the bottom now. And all around the frame. On the side. All right, so after the paint will dry, you can have a look and see in some areas it might need a little touch up, because sometimes when it dry, all of a sudden you see parts that you missed, that you haven't seen earlier. So we want everything to be painted and covered. Here I have a little bit there. Just take a little bit more water. That's looking good. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with this. And we're going to go back to those pieces that we put aside earlier. Now the back side is dry and I can paint the other side. Okay. Okay. And don't forget the sides. Need to do all the sides here. Okay. Let's put this one to dry. Okay. I am burning up. It is 79 degrees inside the house. It's such a hot day today that the AC is just not managing to cool off. My place is just not cooling off. I think I put a little too much paint here because I put it directly on the chipboard. Wasn't thinking. It's okay. And just here, the sides. We're almost done with the painting of the chipboards. And we can go on to painting the resin. That's fun. That's a fun part. I think my paintbrush is peeling off. I didn't understand where all these little green pieces came off, and they're coming off my brush. That's not cool. Okay, so while all my blue parts are drying over here, I'm going to get rid of this paper, and I have underneath clean paper. I love using paper when I do mixed media. This way I don't have to bother with cleaning my mat. And just take my paper and throw it away. Okay. Look at I'm just going to take a second and go wash my hands real quick. And I want you to take your paints out for now. Put them on your palette. I'm back. Okay, not 100%, but at least I can feel the tips of my fingers again. Okay, I think these are done. And we can paint. Should we go and continue with the blue first? Since we started with the blue, I'm going to take a paper towel. I can take the excess of the water from my brush. And I'm going to paint these two pieces that are ornamented in the same blue that I painted the background of the box. So let's go ahead and paint those. Can I see that some areas it's still not 100% dry? So I'm just going to go take my dryer a little bit. It's not 100% dry yet. It's okay. I mean, all I get is a lighter blue. It's not the end of the world. If it's not dry here, it's probably not dry in other areas. So just a few seconds, let it dry. So the two ornate pieces here, I'm going to put on the cupboard there. Like you know how you do furniture and you put pieces of decorative things there, make it look really cool. Go over these real quick. Should be okay. So I'm covering all the white areas. And I just wanted one color, blue. And I'm not coloring the bottom of it, just the top part. And of course the sides. And I'm using a big brush because it makes it easy when you do large surfaces. So it's a soft bristle large brush. Just does the job faster. I'm going in there inside the grooves, trying to get a good coverage, but you don't want clumps of paint because you still want to be able to see the detail of the mold there. Okay, here I still have some areas that it's a little wet. I guess I put a little too much of the primer there, but it's okay. Just going to make my blue a little bit lighter. Let me just dry these two just a teeny bit. Give it like a good start. So this obviously is a heat gun, right? If you're not into mixed media much and you're looking at this video, this is not a regular hair dryer. It's a heat gun, and it's special for crafts because it doesn't really blow air. It just applies heat. Okay, I gave it a good start. Can go to the side. All right, so now all these pieces, I'm going to start with a light color, and then I'm going to add different colors to it. So the light color now is my off-white, and my water is pretty blue, as you can see. So I'm just going to go replace it so I can get clear water in here. Okay, now I have clean water so that not everything will come out blue. Take another piece of paper towel. I always work with a paper towel right near me so that I can wipe my brushes. Okay, I'm going to take my off-white, and all of these pieces are going to get an off-white base. How pretty it is. Much prettier next to the white. You can really see it, right? So it has a little bit more of that vintage, softer look. So I'm painting all of my molds off white. And then I'm going to also paint the leftover, whatever I have left from the chipboard. These will be my shelves. I'm going to give those a layer of white. Now, the chipboard, you know, if when you're making wood look-alike, like when you want to paint something that looks like wood, you can start with the dark brown and add the lighter stripes on it, or you can start with the light and add the dark stripes to it. You know, it can be done either way. The question is, what did I do here? I don't remember which one did I do. I think I did the dark first and then I added white. No, I think I did the white and then I added dark on top. Because I want the shelves to be light. And if you want darker shelves, you can do the opposite. Anybody has questions so far on the painting of the molds? Yes, no, maybe? Everybody's quiet. Either everybody has it in the background or have me on mute. They just don't want to hear me chit chat. I have to chit chat when I'm doing a live. I feel like, you know, if I do a live and I don't talk, it's going to be awkward. I'm not a chatty person. I can talk a lot, but not chatty. Now, when we go to paint those pieces, so we're using a very limited palette because we don't want to overdo all the colors. So we can, you know, mix the match, like do them in different ways, different variation of strength, sometimes a little stronger, sometimes a little softer, but it's still going to be the same palette. So let's see how we do that. Now that I have all these bases here, and I just want to do the shelf. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 small ones, and I have these two. Okay. Let's take a little more of the off-white. So this is H that I'm painting now. And that's going to be the front shelf. I don't know where to put it. Let's put it here. And all these little ones are L's. And I want to paint those on both sides. And let's put it there to dry. So these are the shelves that will go on both sides of my box. And of course, these are decorative shelves. They're not really shelves. You know, we're not going to put something heavy on it. Just saying. Just in case anybody had any ideas, I don't think these will hold a whole lot of stuff. And everything that we do put on there is going to be glued, obviously. Okay. Put this one. That's J. That's the little one. And these are the inside parts here. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm going to move on to a smaller brush. I just want to take a little bit more here. Some areas that I might need to go over. Okay, I'm going to dry it a little bit. So over the molds, it takes a little longer to dry than it does on the boards. But I think I want to start, actually, it doesn't really matter. Maybe I'll start with the boards because I'm going to have to do the one side and then move to the other side of them. Okay. Let's take a dry brush, one that we haven't used before. And this is like a medium size. It's not too small. It's not too thin. It's old, so the bristles are kind of fan out. And that's what I want for the dry brush. I'm going to go ahead and dig in for my other colors. So we have a little bit of the brown and a little bit of the red. I'm going to first take the brown. You really don't need a lot. I think in your kit I gave you more than enough, because we're just going to take a little bit with a dry brush. And you don't want to saturate it. You want it just a little bit so that when you put it over the paint, it's just going to have streaks here. And just go ahead and create streaks on your boards. And it looks like wood, like shabby wood. And do a little less, a little more. Do a little more. It looks like this. Okay, and it looks like a little piece of wood. I'm going to put it on the side to dry. And all those small pieces, repeat the same. Yeah, I put a little too much there. It's okay. There we go. And I need, okay, I'll do these two. Oh, I have one more. I have two more actually. I need the long one. I have 6 shelves, I think. And this one. Okay, that's good. And let's paint my molds. So I'll take a smaller brush and some smaller ones with more for more detail. I have two different widths here. Take a little bit of the red. Right, so this is basically my color palette, right? A little bit of the red, the brown, the off-white, and the blue. And that's the colors I'm using to paint my molds here. So first I have these three, 1, 2, 3 that are the same. How about I'll paint those a little bit different? So each one will have a little different color. I'm going to take a little bit of the red, a little bit of the off-white here. So it'll turn it to like a pinkish, a little bit. I'm going to paint over the front because this is where I have like a label. And maybe do a little bit there. So how you paint it, it's totally up to you. Maybe I'll do a little bit there. And there. A little bit of the brown. It's kind of fun. Maybe a tiny bit of blue there. Make it look like glass maybe. And the cap. So there are no rules. You can just go ahead and paint it any way you want. I'm just putting some brown around here. Mix it a little bit. And maybe we'll do a little bit more blue on the bottom. Okay, kind of fun. And the third one, no, we'll do maybe lighter brown. We'll mix it with the off-white a little bit. A little bit darker here. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more color there just to make it darker here. So it's not going to be all monotoned. Okay. That's my third one. All right, let's take the books. So I have a few books and I'm just going to do different colors here. This one here. Let's mix a little bit of the blue with that red. Get another tone. Sort of like purpley. Let's do some blues. And here. Some brown. Just mix in a little bit of brown. Okay. So I'm using the same color palette. I'm coloring different books here. And I'm following the guidelines of the mold so that you can start see the different books in this mold. It's really pretty. I'm going to paint the sides as well. I feel like my apartment is shaking. It's really weird. Okay. And now these groups here, I'm going to leave like that because then I'm going to go over these areas with some of the gold wax and you'll see more of the details here. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit more with this purpley here. Let's let this dry. Okay. This little machine here. Okay. Just going to paint it in brown here, and then in the center I'm going to give it another color. This brush is a little too small. Let me see if I have a bigger one. Okay, when you're painting your mold, you can definitely give it a little more attention, a little more time. I'm doing it a little faster. I don't want to keep you here until tomorrow. And I'm doing very basic. Let's do this in blue. And do this one here and give it a touch of blue there. Okay. Let this dry. So these vase I want to keep pretty clean. I don't want to do too many colors on here. I'm going to do a little bit there in the stripe. See this mold here? So I'm going to leave it off-white, maybe do a little bit darker for the brown on the side just to give it a little bit more depth. But there's a stripe here, and then over here I'm going to paint. I'm painting this with a brown, adding a little blue. Okay, adding a little blue. Take the smaller brush. Let's do some lines here. Do the line here, here, and on the bottom. Dilute the brown with a little bit of the off-white. Make it a little darker and pull a little bit of the dark here on the sides. Just a little bit there. Okay, same thing I'm going to do with this one. I'm going to keep it light. On the light side, I'm going to take a bigger brush. I'm just going to go over it with a little bit of the brown wash. It's like I'm making it dirty. That's all I need is just a little bit of wash to make it look a little bit more vintagey. Okay, what else we have? We have the little plant. Let's put the brown here. And here. And we'll do a little red. Maybe a little blue. So I'm just dabbing with the brush to create a variety of colors here. That's all for that. Okay, next. All right, let's take some pots and see what we're doing here. Let's take this one. I want to just take a wash here. Whatever I have on my brush, I'm just going to wet. See what I got. Oh, I got a little purple. I'm going this way and this way, just a little bit. A little color. Let's wet my brush. And I'm going to wash it. because I don't want a lot of color on here. I want it very light. Okay. So I'm adding color. I'm removing it with a napkin so that I don't see like brush strokes. Let's take my fine brush. Do a little design. Go with a red. A little dark here. Okay, I think this is cool. Let's do this one in blue. And I'm missing a little blue. I need a little bit more here. What do I do? Starting to see what I did here. All right, I'm painting the middle here in blue. There's a design on here you'll see in the mold. And we'll do the handle. How about we'll do the handle in blue? And we'll leave the rest in the off-white. Okay. Now I want to tell you something. If you're not good at painting and you're like, oh, you know, I don't know how to paint like you, I'm not good with a paintbrush, then just color it all in one color. It's okay because, you know, we're going to add some wax later, which will bring all of the details out. So it's still going to be pretty in one color. Okay. So this is like the same with when we did here with the books. We added different colors here. I have 4 cups in the plate that we can play around and do different colors. So I'll bet I'll do the plate in blue because I already have blue on my brush. And I'll do this one in blue. I'm going to add a little brown, because you know it's fun to do blue and brown together. Okay, and I'll give it a different shade. There we go. Let's do some of the red with a little bit of the off-white. It's not really a red. It has a lot of blue in it. It's like magenta. I don't know why I keep calling it red. It's not really red. Okay, blending it. And I'm going to get rid of some of it. I think I have a little too much paint there. Let's remove some of it. Okay. And I have these two. How about we'll keep one in off-white and one, let's paint this one so as if we have coffee in there. Like that. That's kind of cool. Okay, I think this is good. Put this on the side to dry. This one. How about we'll take a clean towel. A little pot. What do we have left over? Well, I have these 4 pieces. Okay. So this one, what color we want to do this one? Let's keep this one neutral. So I'm mixing a little bit of the brown with the off-white. So I'm getting a darker, like a antique kind of color. And I'm going to add, you know what I haven't done? I haven't mixed the brown with the red yet. Let's try that. Take a little bit of the red here and a little bit of the brown. It'll just give me a different shade of brown. A little warmer. I'm going to put this one in the middle. Just printing a stripe over. And I have little, like little tiny flowers on this one. And we just want to cover the whole thing. And I'm gonna do the cover of the pot as well. Here. And maybe we'll do the top half of it like that. I think that's good enough. Maybe here. Put it on the side to dry. This one in blue. I'm just going to paint the whole thing here blue. I'll give it a little, take some out with the water so it's not too dark. You can still see a little bit of the off-white under. And the rim. Okay. And the last one. Okay. All right. All of my pieces are painted except this one. This one I didn't do, sorry. This one. So here I'm going to leave most of it off-white and I'm just going to give it a little paint here on the decorations in there. With my fine brush. Just a little bit. We can't really go into too many colors here because it's very small. And I'm trying to contain it within the design itself. So some areas I'm just adding water. Put a little dark here. And maybe do a little brownish here. Okay, that's good enough. Let's let this dry. Okay, next step. What are we doing? We have a half hour. We're almost done. We're almost done, you guys. We're right on schedule. Okay, so while all of my parts are drying, let's go and dig into our paper, and we're going to start putting some paper on our box. Okay, so let's take all these and put it on the side to dry. You can take this paint, put it on the side too. Remove the dirty paper. And let's open our paper. Okay, so when you take your pattern paper, you can choose whatever one you want to decorate your box in. Okay, you use a paper for the doors, so you need two little pieces for the doors. I did not do the back side. It really was not necessary to do the back side. And we'll take this out. I want to show you on the inside. So on the inside, all the walls also have paper, and the bottom has paper. So we have paper on the inside, and then we have on the doors and on the outside, and then we have on the two sides, we also have some paper. So I used 3 different kinds of paper, 3 different patterns. Doesn't have to be all 3. But since I have the whole paper pad, so I'm using the Vintage Library background selection, or you can use the regular one. It doesn't matter. Choose whatever you want. Okay. So I use this one for the doors, and this for the outside, I think. I don't remember. I think this is for the inside. Oh, and this is for the outside. Question is, do I want to do it something a little different this time? You know, maybe give it a little bit of a, so I don't have 2 identical ones. I like this one. Like the red. Ooh. And this one looks like wood. So this will also be cool if you want to use this one for the outside of the box, because it's, you know, it really looks like wood. Or you can use this one and just give it, you know, it'll look like bookshelves. That's also kind of cool. It's a good question, what I want to do. Maybe I will do this one. Ooh, this will be cool. This will totally be cool. Any suggestions? What do you think? Do the same thing or do something different? And the blue, maybe we'll do the blue on the inside. And this on the outside. Oh yeah, I like that. I actually do like that. Take one more look. I like the wood. I do like the wood. Let's just use these two. Okay. So first I want to use, take two for the doors. Here's my, yeah. All right, let's take the paper trimmer. All right, so I need two pieces to go right over my doors. Okay. So I have to be a little shorter than 3 inches, just a teeny bit shorter than 3. And I think this is 11, so a little shy of 11. So we want to do the doors. Ah, decisions. Such tough decisions. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to use this as the bottom. I like this as the bottom. So I'm going to put it here at 10 3/4. And I'm going to cut two pieces at, let's do 2 3/4. I think 2 3/4 should be good. 2 3/4 and 2 3/4 by 10 3/4. And they will go right there. So I want the sides to be clear because these are those sides that go into the groove. If you put paper all the way to the edges, the wear and tear will make the paper pop out. So you don't want that. So this will go here and this will go here. It's kind of cool. All right, now we'll do the sides in the same paper. So I need two pieces. My sides are, I think they're 3 inches. So I think we need the same thing, right? Except shorter. Let's measure. Yep, 2 3/4. Except this time I needed 9 3/4. So I'm going to take an inch off the top. And do 2 3/4. And I'm going to do it this side. And 2 3/4. So this will go one on this side and one on this side, like that. Awesome. Now I need a little piece that goes over here, and I think this will go there. This can go there. No, actually, no. This, I have my ornament that goes there. I don't really need this right now. So I can put these there, or I can do something else. I'm going to use this little piece for the center. for the center here. I'm going to cut these to 2 pieces of 3/8. And 3/8. And this one 3/8. Okay, so these are 3/8 of an inch wide. And this will go right there. So this will go on the side. Put it here. Let's cut it right there so it'll fit right on that piece there. This will be on this side. All right. And this one will be in the middle. Right there. I think I cut it a little crooked. Let me straighten it out. Okay. And this will be here. Okay, now we need some pieces on the inside. So I need over those walls of the inside. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. I need 6 of them. And it's going to be 1 3/4. 1 3/4 by 9 3/4, I think. So let's try one first of all. 1 3/4 by 9 3/4, and see if I'm right. I can even do it a little shorter. Let's take another 1/4 inch out. So it's 9 1/2. All right. So they will fit right there in the middle. Right there, like that. Piece this piece out. I can maybe make it a little bit wider. This will go here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make it 2 inches. So this will be, this I want it to go all the way up. So I'll make 2 pieces that are 2 by 9 3/4. And 4 pieces that will be 2 by 9 1/2. Let's cut them to 2 first of all. 2. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5, and 6. So I have one piece that it's a little shorter, but yours are going to be 6 strips of 2. And the 6 strips of 2, 2 of them will be by 10. And 4 of them will be 9 3/4. Okay. And last but not least, I need 2 pieces to go on the bottom right there. And then I need to cover my piece here. Let's see what I have left. Okay. So this will be kind of cool. I keep going back to this. This will also be cool because it looks like leathery. And it'll sort of complete it. And the blue will be nice because it'll fit the inside. But, you know, I'm going to go with this. All right. So here my inside is 3 inches. Maybe. I'm going to use this piece to measure. So I want to measure this. About 2.5. Maybe 2.5 by 2.5 will be okay here. It's 2.5 by 2.5. Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. And then on top of this, so this one is 6 1/4 by 2. So we'll do 1 3/4 by 6. Because I'm making it a little shorter by 1/4 inch so that I have a frame around it. We don't want it all the way to the edge. We don't want it all the way to the edge because if it sits on the edge, the wear and tear on it can be a little more. So I'm just going to do it a little smaller. Same thing. You know, we can even do a little more, like 1 5/8 by 6 1/8. It still leaves a little bit of an edge, but it's a little more covered. It's up to you. So 6 1/8 by 1 7/8. 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top. Perfect. Okay, let's put all these remnants aside. We don't need them. Okay. I think we have all our pieces. If I need more, I'm going to cut more. Don't recall right now. Let's take all our parts that we cut and ink the edges. This is not, like I say, it's an optional thing. If you don't have ink pad at home, I wouldn't go running now to get one. Use black or dark brown. And what we want to do is we just want to get rid of the white core that is showing around the edges. It's not going to show a lot because we're using brown paper. I don't know why I'm doing this one. I don't need this one. This is not part of it. Right? I forget which is a part and which isn't. I have some remnants here. If you're using a darker shade and you're putting it around, you see it gives it a little bit more of a distressed vintagey look now. It's kind of a fun addition. Okay, especially on the pieces that you have on the outside. Pieces that you have on the inside, it's not going to really show, honestly. So just do lightly, just in case. It's not going to show anyway. Just going to do all of them together. Because I really just want to get rid of that white core here. Okay. And the strips. Let's not forget the strips. All right, folks, we're almost finished. We're at the tail end of our class today. We're going to be, I think, a little bit over. I hope it's okay. Okay. And two more. My video keeps stalling, or is it just me? It does keep stalling, huh? Anybody has any questions for me so far? Everybody's so quiet. I can tell people are here. Anybody? No? Okay. Okay, where is everybody's progress right now? If are you crafting along? Oh, just watching. Okay. All right, so let's take our glue. just watching is good. You know, it's a 3-hour project. Not everybody wants to sit down and do this from start to finish. And this is the third or fourth one for me that I'm doing. So I'm pretty sure if you're doing this for the first time, it's probably going to take you a little longer than 3 hours. Okay, I'm going to glue this down. That's one. It's two. I'm going to press it down to just get rid of any possible air bubbles here. Okay. And let's take the box. So I'm going to start with the parts on the inside. I have two pieces that are longer than the others, and I want to put those in the back. The shorter ones will go on the sides. Okay. I think I can trim this one a little bit more. After you put it down on the board, you can see about where you need to trim it. Excellent. Okay, so the ones that we cut a little shorter are going to be on the sides. But remember, they're not going on the groove. They just go over that piece of chipboard that is on the side walls. Just taking a piece of plastic, or you could take your bone fold or something and just press it down. Make sure it stays nice. Okay, so put the glue on around the edges. It doesn't need too much glue now because it's paper. And this is just the decorative part. Put this one on the bottom. How about the pattern will go on the bottom to make it a little fancier? Because we're not going to really see this top part. Right? Trim a little bit. So once you have it laying down, you can see where it is. And how much you need to trim to make it fit in there. Okay, take my bone folding tool to glue spreader is just a little too short. This one is a little longer. Okay. Okay, and the last one. No, I have two more. I have two more. This will go here. And this will go here. Pretty. All right. Let's put pieces on the bottom. Still popping up. This one. Okay, once you put this down, these pieces of paper down, um, your measurements might be a little different than mine because everybody's, chipboard varies in size. So it's a good idea to measure it before, cut it before you glue it on. If you need to make adjustments, just make the necessary adjustments. Okay. What we want is we want those pieces to cover the bottom, but it doesn't have to be 100%. It doesn't have to cover totally 100%. Okay, as long as it gives it a nice decorative feel there. Okay, let's do these on the outside now. So these I'm going to put there. This one will go here. This will go here. So in my original box, I used this as the right side. This time, I'm using the opposite side, the reverse side of the paper. Okay. I use this as my sides here. Okay. And we put these on the cover. That's my cover. Okay. And let's add the strips. So maybe I'll do the strips on this side. Do we want this? Do we want? No. Let's leave it at the blue and brown. Kind of like it. I like those colors. These will be in the middle. I think I need to refresh my screen a little bit. Okay. I know you can still see me here, but I lost my connection to my other screen. Okay. Just mute myself there. Here we go. We're good. Hi, Sue. The red tool I'm using is, it's just a glue spreader. It's something that I got many, many years ago. As like a promotional item. It's from Helmer. See, it has Helmer on it, helmer.com. It's just a plastic glue spreader. But I love it because it fits really nicely in my hand. I guess it's a cheap version of a bone folder. You're welcome. Okay, so we have these now. All of these pieces are done, and all I need to do now is just really put it together. So this is my box. You can see it has less, busy pattern. I chose to do the less busy pattern on this one just to give it to make it a little different. I don't need two boxes that are identical here, but it's exactly the same, everything else. Okay. So a few things left for us to do. Put the shelves down. Start gluing everything. Put the molds on, and we are done. Okay, so what I want you to do, take all the molds. Let's take the shelves first and put them down so that it can dry a little bit. I'm going to keep it like this. So they should fit right in there. If you need them to be a little smaller, a little shorter to fit right in there, that's also a good option. Okay. So what I want you to do is you have inside your kit those little tiny chips of wood, of chipboard that I gave you. And this will act as a support to the shelves that we're doing. So if I'm putting a shelf this way, they will go underneath to support it. Now you can choose to paint it if you want, or you can, leave it like that. Really don't need a lot, but if you find that your pieces don't stay strong and you want to add additional support, just use those little tiny pieces. Okay. I added them here. You can see right there. I'm just going to take a bunch and I'm going to paint them so that they're ready. I'm going to paint them on one side because the other side I need them unpainted. I need, I don't know, 3. I'll just take a bunch. I really should have painted them earlier. I'm going to put it right straight on my palette and leave them on my palette to dry. I forgot about those little ones. You can also use the brown to paint it. I really just want them to blend in with the rest of the paint. I don't want them standing out because they're just support pieces. Okay, so let them dry for a few minutes. Wipe my hands. Okay, go ahead and grab your wax. So So I gave you a little bit of wax in the little container. Really you should have more than enough there. Just gonna put some on top of it here for me. And I use my finger to wax my pieces, but you don't have to. You can use another dry brush for it. So grab a little bit with your finger and not too much. Like you can always wipe a little bit off if you feel like you took too much. And I want you to take your finger in a, flat against the pieces of mold that you have. You want it on top, sitting flat, so that when you go over it, it's just going to hit the top part. Don't press down, just go over it lightly. Now you can, you have circles here. You have some areas that are more raised, some areas that are lower. And you want to go over those areas and just hit the top parts. Start with a little bit and keep adding on, add on, add on. You don't want too much. If so happen and you took a little too much while your wax is still wet, it's not wet exactly, but it's still soft, I would say, because waxes are not wet. They're pasty. Take a baby wipe and just remove it. So it does come off. Once it dries, you can't take it off. But when it's still pasty and it's still not 100% set, you can still adjust it. Again, take a little bit on your finger. And what I want to do is I want to highlight the raised areas because then it'll bring the pattern out. Then you can really see all the details when you do it. So if you haven't gotten the kit and you don't have wax at home and you still want to do it, you can do, instead of the wax, you can go ahead and grab a paint, very thick paint, without water, it's not diluted, put it on your palette and do the same thing with the paint. But you have to be a little bit more delicate with the paint because it can be more runny. But the same idea applies. It'll still highlight. So I would do like a light paint over the darker colors or dark color paint over lighter colors. And I'm using the same wax on all of my molds here. This is the lettering. I'm going over with the lettering here. And all of a sudden it comes out. And now all of a sudden you can see it because it's just covering the raised parts of the mold. I think my dog is coughing. Why are you coughing, lady? Unless she wants a little attention because it's getting close to her time where I'm taking her to her afternoon walk usually. And so now I'm just going over the frame here. Okay. Very lightly wax the thing. Do the same thing to all of your molds. I'm only using one color wax and it brings everything together. I wouldn't really do too many colors. So this is like an antique gold. It's really pretty color. You choking, lady? What's the matter? My dog have a lot of hair, so sometimes when they drink water or they lick themselves, they get pieces of hair in their throat, and then they try to hack, they hack trying to get it off. trying to get it out. Don't chalk on me, lady. Okay, we don't want to do this one too much because it's very light. But look at this one. So you see that there's a little pattern here. And when I lightly go over it, it'll bring it out. It's very cool. Just doing the sides on this one. And there's a little bit of texture now from the gesso and the paint. So if I go over the whole thing with my wax, it'll show a little bit of the texture. Let me see if I can focus. You see? Here we go. You can see the texture here. Okay, I'm gonna put gold on the little cover and the little handle here. Give me a second. Come here, lady. Let me give you some water to drink. Boy, come. Boy, come on. You don't want to go? Okay. Sorry, I had to take care of my dog for a second. All right. Put a little bit here. Oh, look how pretty this one came out. Really pretty, right? So when you put the wax, all of a sudden everything reveals all the details. And it just gets a whole new... Oh, now the other one? What's going on here? Maybe I think they just want attention. Here we go. How pretty. And this one. So pretty. Look how pretty these three look now. Isn't it pretty? Love it. Love it. Okay. Take my little cup. Okay. And do this one. This one I'm actually waxing lightly overall. So it gives it a little bit of a metallic reddish tint. This one I don't want to wax too much because I like that shabby look. And ooh, this one, the cups. We have some detail on it. Cute. My coffee machine. My teapot. My books. Oh, the books. I have to watch the books. Okay. Doesn't really look like much, right? But has a lot of texture in there. So watch how it's going to start coming to life now. Unbelievable, right? Isn't that incredible? So much fun. Okay. And I think this is the last one, is our vase. Putting more on the sides. Here. Wow. Look at this. I love it. Okay. So we have our wax done, and that's all the wax I needed. Look, I still have a little bit left. It's all I needed. Okay. Okay, let's bring it home. So we're going to decide where we want to put our parts in, and looks like I cut all of them a little bit too long, and we're going to need them a little bit shorter. I'm not going to even bother with knife. I'm just going to use the scissors for that. Okay. So first, let's decide where we want to put our parts in. I want to put this here. So this first shelf is going to be here. And this one, I do want it to go all the way down there. So I'm going to just cut a teeny bit out of the corner here. You can absolutely just use your scissors. I created a little bit of, I don't know if you can see, like a little step here, so that when it will sit on top here, it'll sit right there. So the bottom attaches all the way down. Okay, so my bottle's here. I'm going to put my first shelf here. And it's sort of in the center. Okay. I'm going to take one of my support pieces and I'm going to fit it right underneath here. I'm going to show you how I do it. Just fit it under so that my shelf is sitting right on that support piece. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. And it needs to be, oh, my battery is running low. Ooh. Sorry, just a second. Let me plug this thing in. Okay. So this is going to be right there, right here in the center. It's a little warped. I have to move it a little bit. That's because of the paint. I think I need to cut it a little bit. So it'll be here. See that it's straight. If you're not sure if you're eyeballing it right, then don't eyeball it. Just measure with your ruler. Oh. I'm going to just put some hot glue so that it will hold it until my good glue gets dry. Because I don't want it moving. Okay. It's a little crooked, I think. Okay. Let's put another shelf on this side. And over here. Take a support piece. Okay, and put the support piece right there. Okay, now I want to put two little shelves on these two little pieces. Will go right inside here. So this is a little bit too long. I'm just going to cut a teeny bit and try it again. Until I have it correctly. A little bit more. Okay, this is pretty good. All right, so try to fit the shelf in here like that. and you don't want it sitting on the groove, right? It's on the outer part of the groove, right there. And let's take 2 support pieces, and I'm going to put 1 support piece on the right and 1 on the left, right under the shelf, like the shelf is sitting right on top of it. Let me show you. Try to hit the light. Here we go. All right, so you see this little piece right there? So this little piece is holding this side of the shelf. We're going to do exactly the same thing on the other side. And I fit it right in there. So you don't really see it, but that's supporting this shelf right there. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Let's take the other piece. If I can find it. Where did it go? All right, I have the 3 wide ones. I should have another shorter one. And a thinner one. Where are you? Okay. I don't like when things go missing of me doing a live. Now it's going to take me forever to find it. It's not like I have a big mess on my desk. It's just a little mess. Not too bad. Maybe it went under here. Maybe it fell on the floor. It's not on the floor. Okay, it's annoying. I'm sorry. It's not here, is it? All right, I don't know where it is. Let's take this piece out. And just under, hiding under. No. Okay, you know what? I give up. Just gonna do another piece. Didn't get stuck somewhere, did it? Yeah. This is odd. All right. So I'm just going to take a little spare here. I'm going to cut it. A little bit more. I need to paint it a little bit. Okay. Okay. And that's why we have extra. One of the reasons. Also because I might have forgotten to give you something. Okay. Oh, doesn't want to stick. Okay, and the other one on the other side. Okay, so I have two shelves now on side. If you can't really see from here, so I want these shelves to be just a teeny bit on the lower side, lower than this here, because then I can add a little bit of glue here when I'm gluing the molds. So let's take this one, and this will go here. I'm going to put it a little bit over. Okay. Over here, I'm going to put two shelves. I just wasted so much time. One here. A little supportive piece there. this one. This one I want to put quite over the top here. Close to the top right there. And this one will need to fit there. Okay. A supportive piece. Okay, how is everybody box coming along? Okay, these need to dry a little bit. Okay, and over on this side, I'm going to put one here. And so I have one. I'm missing another shelf. I did paint 8 of them. I know I did. And I know once everything is finished, it'll pop. I think I need another one here. Alright, just going to cut a new one. So maybe I'll use this shelf for the one I'm doing with the lace. So I gave you a little piece of lace there. And this is in case you want to decorate your shelf with it. Just dry it a minute. So grab the lace. And we're just going to glue it right on top of the shelf, right there. So I wrapped it around and give it a second. And we can attach the shelf. Okay, cute. Let's put our support piece in there. Okay, now all of these parts, all these molds are going to go over the box. And I'm going to be using the glossy gel. So you need the heavy body medium that is very strong. The thing is, it dries slow. So this is the last thing that we're adding onto the box, and then we're going to take it on the side and we're going to let it sit there and dry for a long time. In order for it to hold together for now, so I don't want anything to move, again, I'm going to be using my glue gun. It's just as an aid to keep it in place until the gel dries everything. Okay, so this piece is going to go on the top. And it's going to get glued on these two sides and the center right there. That's where it's going. Okay, let's look like a little spatula or something. And I can use my finger. It's going to go with this and with this and at the center. In addition, I'm just putting some glue. I need a new glue gun. Okay. Next, this one will go on the bottom right there. This piece goes on the bottom right there. This will be easier because I have the whole area here to keep it down. So I'm just going to do dots here, dots there. Some globs. And let's press it down. Okay, I'm going to move it a little bit. Okay. Put it up a little bit so you can see the whole thing. Okay. Next up, on the left side, I'm going to put the vase. So these globs that I'm putting is what's going to keep it holding for a long time because it's very strong. And the glue that I'm putting, it's temporary until the medium it dries. Put this one right there. Okay, so how about we'll put this one here. Maybe this one there. I don't know. Decide where you want to put it. So we have some coffee pots to put on top of our shelves. We have this. And This is pretty here. A little coffee machine I'm going to put on top also. I think mostly on the bottom. We may have to paint the reverse side because if I'm putting this all the way to the top, you'll be able to see the back side. So once it's dry, you would want to paint it. Okay, let's pull it up. So I put the vase here, a couple cups, and my coffee machine there. Isn't that cute? Okay. So over here, on the other side, I'm going to put this thing here. But I want to put this so that it is sideways, like it's sitting on the side like that, right? We don't want it flat on the back side. We want it to sit a little bit like that. So maybe I'll take a little bit of chipboard and I'll build some support there in that space right there. So I don't need a lot, I just need a few pieces. And over here. Okay. So now that I put it there, I can just fill in that little area with the glove. And it gives me the support I need. Maybe a couple more. Let's see. This is good. Okay, just need a little piece there on the bottom. There. So this is good. I'm going to put it right there. And everything else is going to get attached with this here. I'm going to take a big glob. Need some glove here. All right, need some glove there. Let's put a big glove there. All right. When it dries, after it dries, you want to go in there with a little bit of paintbrush and paint it. Okay. Or we can, I'm going to take a little piece of chipboard and cover it up. Like that. So that it still looks pretty even from the side. All right, nice. So this needs to dry. And let me see what else we have. Okay, so we still have a few pieces. We have this pot. Let's put the pot here. No, I don't want this big. Takes this off. Okay. What else we have? We have this gorgeous thing. I'm going to put this one on the top right there. So again, this one we're going to have to paint the back side when it's dry. I'm going to put nice blob there. Right there. Okay, I have a my little plant. I think my little plant can go here. So cute. All right, so we have all the pieces on the sides, and now we need the front. So I want this to be here. This will go here. And again, the back of this we can paint after it's done. The books I'm going to put there. Okay, I need a little piece underneath here to support. I'm going to put a blob under here. Okay. All right, so I have a few here. How about this one? So I'm going to just wait until it dries because I need to move it around. And if I'm going to move it around too much now, I can really damage it. And I don't want to damage it too much. Okay. But I have those shelves here, and I can fit those molds right on the shelves. Take a little support. Okay. So I'll fit it there, and then I'll put some blob of medium in the back and wait for it to dry. Can't get in there. Let me just take some here. Okay. So it's basically just taking some chipboard and securing it and gluing it here and there, fitting it right there on the shelves. And really the trick is a lot of medium and letting it dry, allowing it enough time to dry. And if it needs some support, you can just add a little bit. Okay? And you don't want the molds that you're putting here to go over the grooves. Right? You want the groovy area to be free so that the doors can open and close freely. I have this, I have that. A few more molds left. There. And I can put this here or here. It's adorable. Okay. Last piece of business we have are the knobs. So you have 3 knobs there. So we want to put 1 knob in the middle of this. Let's find our middle. I really need to wash my hands. My hands are sticky, gluey, and everything is sticking to it. Let me just take a second. Okay, just give it a quick wash. It's not a lot, it's just a little bit, but it's crazy, all this glue. You can watch this entire class. It's a very involved project. Yes, it sure is. Um, you will be able to watch it. I'm not gonna remove it. It's gonna stay right here for you. And yeah, it's about 4.5 hours now because I don't know, I kind of lost things and talking and just a little slow today. But anyway, for somebody who haven't done it before, it's probably going to be a whole day thing. Let's do this. Mark the center. This is my center. Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to use my punch. Maybe. All right. So with the knob, you have 1 screw and 1 knob. And I'm going to actually put a little bit of the medium on there. Let's take some. Because it'll just seal it, you know. I'll put this here. And I'll put some of the medium here. All right, let's screw it. So once it dries, it's not going to go anywhere. So we have a little knob, and that is the cover. And then for my two doors, I'm going to do the same thing. This is my bottom part, so I'm going to put the knob right there at the top. Oops. See, these things are coming off right now. I really suggest for you to let it dry first when you do it at home before you move it around. Okay, so door number 1. I think this one goes here. Oh, yeah, that's why. You should let it dry. So let's not do it because I have a lot of glue there, but all right. I'm going to eyeball it, but once it dries, you just want to make sure that you're putting it in a place that's not going to interfere with opening and closing it. Maybe about here, about 1/2 inch, I would say. Okay, punch a hole here and punch a hole here. Okay, let's put our knobs in. Okay, that's it. So we have our two doors. And this is the project that we did today. I'm not putting them in yet because I want everything to dry. And this is the cover. All right, so to show you the finished one, the one that I already did before. So again, if you want this to be on the wall, you can add a wall hanger here, like a picture frame hanger, or two. I would even do two, one here, or you can put a hole here if you have a drill for a nail or for a screw and put it on the wall. If not, this can still stand up. Okay. Now we have the two doors with the two knobs. The knobs go on the top. And this slide right in. 1, and 2. Okay, another thing that you can do is add another piece here if you have enough. Once everything is dry and fixed, you can just put another piece of chipboard right there and cover it up. You know, it'll look nice. So you just take a piece, you cut it up to match, you know, you paint it and you put it right there. You don't see it. Okay, right there. You put it there to seal it. Okay, so that's optional. Okay. And you fill up your, if you're using it for coffee pods like I do, you fill it up, you put a bunch there, and then you take your cover and your cover closes right in there. It should fit right nicely in there to close. You open, you fill it up, and you close. Then when you open, you slide it up, you grab the coffee pod from here, and it works great. All right. That's it, folks. I think we are finished. We went over time, of course, but it's a fun project. I hope that you enjoyed it, that you learned something. You know what? I see something different in this screen than I do on this screen. It's the oddest thing. Ha. Okay. So let me know how you enjoyed it. Let me know if you have any questions. You can always message me with your questions. If you have any ideas, if you want to post what you made, that would be great. All right. So I will see you in the next tutorial. I really appreciate you being here as always. And I'm going to go take my dogs for a walk now. Bye.